Off-Road American Metals Freedom Cup. Sunday's racing action right now. We have the Class 9 Outlaw 5,600 and 1,300 cars out on the track. The track got a fresh prep after last night. Lots of sections on the lake. A lot of action today. After this, we the Baja Cup. Followed by come back at 1 p.m. Class 8, Class 1400, 2,000. Class 10, 12, 5, 2. 3 p.m. we have our final class. Unlimited class 1, class 1. So, action-packed day racing here at the American Metals Freedom Cup. And get you guys some live timing here. Let's go. So after one lap, looks like we have Patrick Pring leading on time in the 9:18, followed by Tim Sletton, Eric Rubel, and then Noah Johnson in third, followed by Richard Finn Jr., yesterday's winner, Grant Combs in sixth, BJ Butcher seventh, Mark Blakely in eighth. So times are still coming through, but it looks like they're all out on their second lap now, and get an update for you guys after that. Got 16 cars racing today. A few guys back after a little carnage yesterday. Jason Rivera starting in the back. He'll be one to watch for sure with the big wing on the back of that car. And a couple other guys going to be moving up through the field. Tim Sletton, second on time currently after his first ever race yesterday. Going to have a pretty good debut there if he can keep it together this weekend. It's only been one lap, so definitely a lot more action to come as the Martins 1300 goes right by there, practicing for the 1600 race later. The lone 5/1600 out there as well. So you got another 1600 car racing and Sportsman right there for seat time. Looks like you have some 9 cars coming through the main area here. It's going to be Grant Combs and Richard Finn Jr. right behind him. So they look to be having a pretty good battle today. Staying together. As they get up and through Talladega onto the infield. We have some more 9 cars coming through. There's Noah Johnson right there. Fixed his front end up after yesterday, looking to have a little redemption. There's a look at the REM track. We've got a 5/1600 car going up through the American Metals jump. A few cars on mini Talladega. There's Tim Sletton right there, followed by Riley Ward. The Ward boys in the 918 machine. Let's go up over Talladega. Looks like Sletton has a bit of a lead on him physically, so see if Riley Ward can chase him down. There's Noah Johnson hitting the Talladega turn, mini Talladega turn. He's going to drop down to the right there pretty hard. Tim Sletton in the background coming from the deep whoops. He's an REM track. He's Grant Combs in the green car. And Richard Fenn Jr. right behind him trying to make up some time. So you got Rubel hitting the turn there on the REM track. He's doing pretty good on time yesterday, so we'll see what he can do today. Noah Johnson there on the REM track. Coming through there's 931. And there is Jason Rivera we talked about with the big old wing. Got a 1300 trying to make a pass on a 9 car right there. It's Richard Woods on the Spy Racing team, the 915. Richard Woods running in 1300. See if we can get the Talladega team. Joshua Krigler coming through today. Strong on his 1300 car. Jason Rivera coming up to the mini Talladega. Super cool old school car with a huge wing over the back. Looks like Richard Woods coming up to the mini Talladega as well. Got in front of that for the 9 car there, Spy Racing team. This heat has a lot of different cars in it. Got a 1300 class, which is kind of a catch-it-all buggy class. Limited Sportsman, going to be having anything with a 4-cylinder essentially. So a lot of different cars. Your car on the left there, 1300. He raced the 1600 night race last night. So guys getting double classes in, getting a few different things in. Here we got 2 9 cars battling coming up to the start-finish. Looks like there's a 1300 car, the Martin's making the pass. Got a car stalled out there on the infield on the REM track. Off to the left of your screen there. Hood is open, that's never a good sign. Let's see what he's got going on. A few more cars coming through there. Here's a Spy Racing car. Joshua Krigler in the 1300 in tow. Carson Smith in the 1300 coming into play there on the left-hand side. Old school Chenoweth. That's about a 1980s, 1990 chassis, so you see that mixing it up out here. There's a lot of older cars here because of the Martins and maybe Talladega. Brody Martin driving today, getting ready for the 1600 heat later on, which will be a great race. That 9 car there as well. Following a Class 9 Outlaw here through the REM track. Gonna hit the little big jump. And back to the back hills. Rescue 3 there, our recovery servants moving in towards that stopped car down there. See what's going on. Through the hood open, so never a good sign. Looks like we're following the Martin Brothers racing car. Racing in 1300, but they will be in 1600 later. Finished 4th place last night by only 6 seconds, so could definitely be one to watch later today, especially since they're getting their practice in right about now. Pretty good kickers there. A lot of water down today on this track, freshly prepped, pretty sloppy right where you're seeing this car here, so that's going to be a spot to watch for the Baja Cup up next. As we mentioned yesterday, only 3 seconds separating your top 2 cars, so going to definitely be a great race to watch. Cody Martin dealing with that mud and slush out there, having a good time. Lots of water down everywhere on this track, so definitely going to need those tear-offs or rags as he heads down the back straightaway. Got Tim Slatton coming through, clicking off another lap. Hoping to have a good run in his debut weekend. Spy Racing car through the whoops there. Sorry, that was BJ Butcher, his Class 9 car. You're going to see those Baja Cup cars hitting those pretty hard later on. Makes the hard right turn there. Followed by Noah Johnson just behind him. Try to have a little redemption today. Had a pretty strong run yesterday. As we mentioned before, they just put that car together, so any run today will be a great one, and it seems like he's running up towards the front. Got a cool shot of the back canyon there. As they come around a tight turn, go up and over the hill, back into the REM track. Looks like BJ Butcher there, one of these cars we're following. Joshua Krugler coming through. Carson Smith right behind him. They're actually in the same class, so that's a physical race right there. 2 1,300 cars. See if that Chenoweth can get Joshua. Up and over the famous Talladega turn. Got a few cars here. Richard Woods coming to the Mini Talladega. Behind him another 9 car, and then Jason Rivera looking for redemption today with his big wing on his 9 car. Carson Smith still chasing down Krigler here through the main track. See how they hit these whoops. Smith has a few more laps in as he raced the night race last night. Both taking the cautious route. Smith looks like he's going to go a little harder. See what we can do here. Cutting down. See if he can make this stick. Got a hard right coming up here. Smith goes wide. It's going to be pretty sloppy out there, as expected. Oh, it's a drag race in the split lane. Both drivers will probably take the inside. Oh, Krigler opts for the outside line. Let's see who comes out first. The left side line is a little better. Sets you up better for the turn, and there goes Smith. Followed by Krigler. Glen Helen track crew today knocked a bunch of these big berms down. The track was super torn up last night for the 1600 Baja Designs Cosmic Cup. Had an awesome race last night and tore that track up for sure. So the Glen Helen track crew came in early this morning, put in the work, did a fresh blade almost everywhere on this track. So the ruts will develop again, but they are not all the way out there today. We are still following Krigler through the REM track now, trying to chase down Smith, who just passed into the split lane section. Both 1,300 class cars, both racers always here every year or so. The American Reynolds Freedom Cup is definitely a racer favorite. It's my personal favorite last night. It was a blast, and can't wait for next year. Huge thanks to Hammer King Productions for filming us and providing this live stream. So you got, looks like the Martin Brothers 1300 car coming through there. So we're back on Krigler. See the Martin car to the right in a second there. Drops down, one more jump, and home free onto the back straightaway. This track is a lot different style than what these guys are used to. Normally we're doing 15, 20, 30, 40, up to even 60 or 80 mile loops in Lucerne Valley, Barstow Desert, similar to that. A lot of 9 cars come through here. There's a 1300 class. Got Grant Combs with Richard Finn Jr. right on his butt. Right behind him we have another 9 car, 918 machine. That's going to be a good battle to watch. Those are all 3 fast cars. Trying to chase down that 1300 car in front of them. Through the Talladega turn. Got Richard Finn Jr. all over the Combs machine in front of him. See what they can do to the whips here. The inside line there has been known to make a few passes if you cut it down more. Not sure if these guys have the horsepower to do so, but later today we'll definitely see that come into action. As Richard still tries to chase him down. Both take the inside line. Good choice. That line is a little bit smoother. See if you can get him before the REM track. There's the shortcut mentioned yesterday, enacted in the Class 9 race. The track formerly went up in the canyon a little bit more, but it proved to be just too hectic up there. And this is the shortcut line for all the classes yesterday, and it's working out a little bit better. For the REM track, Richard's still trying to hunt down Grant Combs. So we get a little bit inside line there. He's making up a little bit of time. Still pretty even. Back to our REM track view here. There's Rubel trying to chase down the car in front of him. I see the Spy Racing machine as well right there. The blue cage. Oh, looks like BJ Butcher pulling off with an issue. Noah Johnson just gets around him there, picks up another spot in the Meehan Motorsports machine. BJ Butcher there, stopped in the REM track. So, unfortunate for him. Hopefully he can get it back going. See our tech director on the right there getting ready to check some motors today. Tim Sletton there going by BJ Butcher. Still don't see him out of the car, so not sure what's going on there. 51600 car behind him. Making the move. Rescue 3 on their way to see what is going on. See if we get you guys some split times here. And get a little update on your top cars. Here we go. So we have Noah Johnson currently leading on time. We just saw him go right around BJ Butcher. So Noah Johnson, Grant Combs second, Tim Sletton third, and Richard Finn Jr. in fourth. So as you guys saw, Grant Combs in that green car, Richard Finn Jr. was all over him, so expect him to make up a lot of time. These guys' fast laps are literally almost identical. 606, 607, 606, and 607, your top 4 fast laps. So these guys are definitely pushing it hard today. Here's the Martin Brothers racing car running in 1300. Looking a little muddy out there today. Brody Martin back in that car getting ready for this afternoon. But as we said, your battle for the top 4 is extremely close. As it actually continues beyond that, your leader has an 18:31 elapsed time. Second and third place are currently tied with an 18:34. Fifth place has an 18:36, and sixth place has an 18:38, followed by 18:45 behind them as the Spy Racing car of Bryce Jones comes through there in the 9:15. So your top six is Noah Johnson, Grant Combs, Tim Sledden, Richard Finn Jr., Eric Rubel, and BJ Butcher, who was in sixth, but unfortunately looks to be gone from the REM track, so hopefully he got it back going. He was stalled out right there. There's Carson Smith coming through in the old white Chenoweth. Still in front of Joshua Krigler, as we saw that battle earlier, in the blue car right behind him there. Lots of guys shortcutting that little jump ending there, getting a grip out on the dry dirt. When the dirt on this track gets wet, it gets very sloppy. As you can see, these cars are caked in mud today, so a little bit of overcast helping out a lot with the conditions today. So going to be a little bit better racing surface for these guys, a little bit less dust, and a little bit more action at the American Reynolds Freedom Cup. There goes the Martin Brothers racing car through the REM track. Here comes Richard Finn Jr. Looks like he made the pass physical on Grant Combs, so that'll be very interesting to see how the times work out there. But he should have him on time now. Got a 1300 car in between them, so that will help out Richard Finn Jr. if Grant Combs cannot get around that 1300 car. As you see, Grant Combs right there in the green machine. Richard Finn Jr. made quite the gap last lap as he goes up and through Talladega Turn, 1300 in between them, and Grant Combs rounding out right beyond the Glen Helen sign. So that is a battle on time and position right there as they come through the crossover. See them hit these whoops. We'll see how Richard Finn Jr. does. The King Shock sponsored car. Looks like he's going pretty hard, slows down a bit. There's no good way to hit those. They're very deep, very differently spaced. 1600 cars were having a problem with those last night, so these guys are taking the smart option and just cruising through those. Looks like Grant Combs is going to need to make up a little bit of ground to get back on time on Richard Finn Jr. And another car looks like Noah Johnson right there in the crossover. A few laps ago was leading on time. W's second car there with the flag on the top. This is Rubel coming around Mini Talladega right now. Johnson on your left-hand side. So Johnson was leading on time. Looks like he's got Rubel in front of him and a good bit of clean air, which the mud is helping with today, keeping the dust down. So these drivers can drive as hard as they physically can. In the REM track, we have Richard Finn Jr. trying to extend his lead. 1300 car in between them, and Grant Combs in that green machine trying to chase him down. Raul Yanez coming through. Behind him looked like Richard Woods in the 1300 buggy. There he is. Trying to get out of that soft dirt, get some grip going. The 927 of Mark Blakely right there getting shaken around. Lots of braking bumps, lots of acceleration bumps coming to and from start finishes. That is a speed zone right in front of our timing trailer. Go drone back up, following possibly Noah Johnson, 956. very sloppy section back there in the mud. As it dries out, it will be a place to watch today, as it gets very dusty back there normally. This is Noah Johnson we are following, that Mihai Motorsports machine. Off the line a little bit to the right through the puddle and onto the back straightaway. Get a good look at, see that cloud cover today, going to really help play a factor in keeping this course prime conditions. Glen Helen track crew did a great job getting it back into shape after we destroyed it last night. Looks like Carson Smith still just in front of Joshua Krigler here in the 1300 class. They are in a battle for position and time. Following Krigler here, trying to make up some time. Track's already getting a little grooved out, as you can see there. Getting primed for the Baja Cup up next at 9 a.m. So we are quickly approaching that. Got about 25 minutes until the Baja Cup. As we said yesterday, the leaders were only separated by a few seconds in that class. Cole Witt, Blake Wilkie, the others very close behind. So that is going to be quite the race to watch. Right now we are still watching Carson Smith and Joshua Krigler try to make a move on one or the other through the REM track there. Looks like we only have one Class 9 Outlaw running today, Jose Gonzalez Jr. We have the 915 going through there, start-finish line. More cars headed to the back straightaway. Also out there today we have the 560 car of Steve Tolbert. I've seen him go around a few times. There's your Class 9 Outlaw right there. So Class 9 Outlaw, again, as we discussed yesterday, a newer class, trying to get it started up here in the States. Doing pretty good down in Baja, so you're basically taking a Class 9 car, changing a lot of things up on it. And there's a few differences. Class 9 Outlaws, I believe, have disc brakes. They are IRS, so your Class 9 right here, as you see the rear ends swapping all over the place, it is a swing axle, as you have the Veenstra going through the start-finish there. So swing axle cars, a lot less travel. You got torsion tubes connected to the transmission, and they make for quite the time to drive and keep in a straight line. So Class 9 Outlaw, a little bit cheaper to maintain is the goal there, so we'll see if that class takes off in the States. But for now, we have the normal Class 9 class stacked per usual up here. Over 22 entries this weekend, so solid turnout there. As there goes Grant Combs trying to chase down Richard Finn Jr., who is in Talladega right now. Grant Combs, looks like that 1300 in between them has dropped out or finished. So he is going to see if he can make up some time on Richard Finn Jr. But Richard Finn Jr. having a great run today. Let's see the top of your screen there. Taking that right-hander. Grant Combs chasing him down. That is the same right-hander I lost a wheel last night in the Cosmic Cup. So there's Noah Johnson coming through on a charge today. Leading on time earlier, trying to get some new times for you guys. Here we go, new set of times. Noah Johnson still in the lead. Richard Finn Jr. just behind, and Tim Sledden third on time. Followed by Grant Combs fourth and Eric Rule fifth. Lead cars are separated by 1 second. Noah Johnson with a 30.46. And you have Richard Finn Jr. with a 30.47. Followed by Tim Sledden with a 30.51 in his first ever race weekend. And right behind him you have Grant Combs with a 30.56. And 4 seconds back, then you have fifth place, and then it drops off a little bit. So your top 5, all extremely close. Top 6, excuse me. Eric Rubel right there too, 4 seconds back in 6th place. So, running order is Noah Johnson, Richard Finn Jr., Tim Sletton, Grant Combs, Eric Rubel, Raul Yanez, Mark Blakely, BJ Butcher, not sure if he completed the last lap, Jason Rivera, same thing as him. These guys have all not completed their lap 5, so hopefully they're still moving. Looks like Riley Ward did not make it onto his 3rd lap. Brad Barnes, same thing with him. Chip Pugsley also did not make it to his 4th lap, so a little bit of attrition today. Noah Johnson out front by 1 second. So these guys have a lot of money up for grabs, and the overall weekend results are combined of both days. So today matters, but mainly you're racing the clock. So if you win today by a few seconds, you still lose the weekend by 10, it doesn't matter. You'll lose the weekend. So overall lowest time is going to be your ticket here today. A lot of these guys came in knowing what they need to make up, but these top 4 are having a really hard time stretching apart. You see Joshua Krigler coming through there. Still behind Carson Smith. As we follow along to the REM track next to our drone pilot, I believe this is Tim Sletton we're following on the left-hand side. There's Rubel on the right, followed by Noah Johnson on the right. So Noah Johnson slowly closing in on Rubel. Rubel also doing good on time, so luckily he has a good car to pace off of. That helps a ton in these short course races. Gaps are always changing, and if you have a car to base off of, it's really going to help you out. Carson Smith there in the Talladega, looks like he got a 9 car in between them, him and Joshua Krigler there. Krigler taking the mini Talladega turn, we're calling it. Into the split lane, got a 560-100 on the outside, Carson Smith on the inside. Track's already deteriorating. That is going to really come into play for the Baja Cup. Super soft dirt back there, a new section for this year's American Reynolds Freedom Cup. Definitely deteriorating. Last night we were shoveling dirt over the hood in our 1600 car, so today these guys are going to be going at it even harder. Carson Smith making a pass in a 560-100 buggy, heading into the REM track. $5,600, always cool to see out here. That is Steve Tolbert having a good time. Unfortunately, the only car in his class this weekend. Just a few years back, we had over 20 of these guys with a MP Baja Cup purse. So, huge shout out to MP as well for hooking it up with the Baja Cup purse this weekend. That's what helped get us so many of these cars out here. And don't forget, that is up next. A little over 15 minutes to the Baja Cup as these guys are looking to wrap up their heat and their weekend in the Class 9, 560-100, and 1300 classes. Still battling it out through the back section. As they come up and over the hill, waiting for them to pop up, see who got in front of who. Oh, looks like we got a battle there. 560-100 in between 2 Class 9 cars. Joshua Krigler, actually the 3rd car there, struggling to get up that hill. As we said before, super muddy back there, which is really going to help out later today when that sun finally pops out. Hoping it holds off for a little bit, but it will pop out later this afternoon, as it looks like you have some cars coming to the start-finish area. Krigler trying to chase down that 560-100. Those cars should be pretty similar on speed. Great one to watch there for sure. Head back over. Looks like your finish is right here. Richard Finn Jr., Grant Combs, looks like he made up a lot of time right on Richard Finn Jr. as they come through to get that checkered flag. Times are going to be incredibly tight. Grant Combs made up a lot of time on that last lap or two, so good job to him. As we said, the top 6 is all separated by mere seconds, so this is definitely going to be one to watch here as the times come through. Last lap, on lap 6, we had Richard Finn Jr. taking over the lead by about, he gapped it out about 8 seconds or so. We got Carissa Veenstra going up for one more lap. Here you go, Eric Rubel and Noah Johnson coming to the finish. Noah Johnson all over him, so he also made up a lot of time with this last lap. I believe it's going to be very close for the win today between Noah Johnson, Grant Combs, and Richard Finn Jr., as that was your top 3 last lap. I'll be very curious to see how these guys come through here. Noah Johnson in the 956, making it happen. Looks like Tim Sletton coming through the fence there. Water truck headed out to keep this track nice and cool today. Tim Sletton in his first ever weekend. Just put this car together, just tested it a few weeks ago. King Shock's back Sletton Engineering car. Awesome to see him get a finish. I believe he is 14 or 15 years old, so solid run by those guys. We have Carissa Veenstra going through the Mini Talladega trying to finish off her run. I hear the Baja Cup cars outside getting ready to go, so that's going to be a really good race to watch today. As I believe we had over 35 entries. I believe we lost a few yesterday. There was some carnage out there, and last night as well. But today it's going to be an amazing race between your top cars. So still no unofficial results in yet. Got Richard Woods coming in for a finish here in his 1398 machine. Again, that is a 1600 car racing in the 1300 class, so looks like he is going to be done. Definitely looking a little muddy out there today for sure. I actually did the course preview session this morning, did 2 laps myself, and it was definitely very muddy. Covered our car, got all over me, so these guys have a few little mud holes to work around, but it's perfect because yesterday the sun came out and dried it out real quick. As soon as that sun is out today, it's going to be just like that. Carson Smith trying to make a last-minute pass here on Raul Yanez in the 945 machine. They both are finishing right now. These cars all just did 7 laps, so a lot of laps on a small track. Gets torn up very quickly. 7 laps is the smallest amount of laps. All other classes doing 8 laps today after the UTVs and Baja Cup. Joshua Krugler coming in for a strong finish here. Steve Tolbert in the one and only 5/1600 coming in gets a finish, so he finished both days. Great run by him this weekend. I believe he is newer to the class, so awesome to have him having a good run. Just the King Shocks hauler heading out. Looks like Steve Tolbert has one more lap. As the staging area is filling up, the finishers from Class 9 and Class 11 cars are getting ready to go as well here. So with the Baja Cup, we're going to have our drone back up. We're going to have some aerial coverage for you guys. It's going to be great to watch. So don't go anywhere. American Reynolds Freedom Cup is just heating up. And up next, we have the MP Baja Cup.
Looks like we have some unofficial weekend results for you guys. Richard Finn Jr. going to get the win for the weekend over Grant Combs. And then your third place car will be Eric Rubel and Noah Johnson fourth. Tim Sled fifth in his first ever race weekend. Awesome job. Raul Yanez looking like sixth. Mark Blakely seventh. Bryce Jones in eighth. And that is all that has came through on their last lap so far. So Richard Finn Jr. getting the win for the weekend by, looks like, 1 second. So that is a crazy result there. Big difference in purse for 1 second of time between Richard Finn Jr. and Grant Combs, but awesome to see how close that is. And then third place looks like about 2 minutes down, Eric Rubel. Noah Johnson had a little bit longer time yesterday, and that's what hurt him today. He finishes with a 1:14.28, so your winner, 1 hour, 12 minutes, 56 seconds, 0.8. Second place with a 1 hour, 12 minutes, 57.3. So that's about less than a second there between the top two. Crazy, crazy result. But Richard Finn Jr. going to be getting the win, followed by Grant Combs. Awesome to see that close racing. Up next, the Baja Cup, as we are following one more car in here. This a 918 machine of Patrick Pring. So he did not get all his laps in yesterday. Looks like he is on his last lap today, so that is great. Comeback today. Going to get all 7 laps in. He's currently sitting in 12th overall. If he gets that last lap in, he might just move up to 11th. So we will see. Look at all those Baja Cup guys getting ready. 11:55 there, preparing. Jeremy Hendrickson, Cameron Brantz, all the cars in your bottom right going to line up. There's Tony Murray in the 1190. Definitely going to be one to watch. The 1166 of Jeff Correo there. You can see the Class 9 guys celebrating as the 11s line up. It's going to be one of the best races of the day. Crazy finish in Class 9. Going to be a crazy finish in Class 11 as the leaders ended yesterday. Extremely close. Let's see how we're going to line up today. Your top cars yesterday was Cole Witt, followed by Blake Wilkie, Donnie Donovan, Jeremy Hendrickson, Cisco Bio, Roberto Robles, Oliver Flamonte, and Brian O'Dore in your top 8. So, I believe we're going to be 2x2 start today, if not 3x3 similar to yesterday. So, it'll be Cole Witt next to Blake Wilkie. If we are 3x3, Donnie Donovan will be there as well. We're about to find out here very shortly. Noah Johnson walking there post-race. See those Fox Racing cars out there. I believe we have another 3 Fox Racing cars today, just like yesterday. Good to see that J-Works car back out there. Had a little tumble yesterday on the back straightaway. So yesterday we saw some damage. Turns out we had a little bit of a pileup on the back straightaway involving the J-Works car, Rulo, and David Sanchez came in yesterday with a front-end damage. We were wondering what was going on there. Had a little bit of an incident in the dust. All the cars are almost fixed up today and going to be back out there. Rulo ended up finishing yesterday. So did Sanchez. So we have Cole Witt on the left side coming out. Yesterday's winner by a mere 2 seconds. So it's basically going to be a physical battle between Witt and Wilkie today. Not far behind them by 3 seconds is Donnie Donovan. Actually looks to be about 25 seconds back. So he has a little bit of time to make up today if he can get out front and check out. I see that being very hard to do. But either way, he is sitting in a solid podium position. Right behind him, we have Jeremy Hendrickson looking to punch his way up into that top 3. He's only outside of third place by 5 seconds. And then right behind Jeremy Hendrickson by another 5 seconds is Cisco Bio. Started in our front row yesterday, dropped back a little bit, not sure what happened there. I mean, the competition is insanely tough here. He is always one to beat for sure. So he's going to be looking to punch his way up into that top 3 as well as Roberto Robles, who is a mere 3 seconds behind Cisco Bio. Oliver Flamonte about 30 seconds back from 6th. So that's going to be hard to make up today. Your top 6 are going to be one to watch. Cole Witt, Blake Wilkie, Donnie Donovan, Jeremy Hendrickson, Cisco Bio, and Roberto Robles. Oliver Flamonte could definitely make something happen today. He's been extremely, extremely fast in the last few years in his Flamonte Racing Fox Shocks bug. Behind Oliver, we have Brian O'Dore, that Vision Canopy Bug, Wyatt Hedrick, and Tony Murray. So those guys, not too far behind, about 30 seconds in between each one of those. Going to be hard to make that up today on a small track like this, especially with your leaders fighting so close for that MP Baja Cup purse at the American Reynolds Freedom Cup. More Class 11 cars joining the party. Up there we got Riley King, Cameron Brantz, one of the Flamante cars. He has 2 entries out here this weekend. See Aubrey Wardrip right there, the 1170 machine also right there, 1155. Not sure on total car count today, but I believe most cars are racing from yesterday, so great to see a lot of those cars still going. 1140 Patrick Reardon back out there today after he stopped halfway through yesterday's race. Also have the 1125 of Sean Cottrell, that Silver Valley Auto car, part of the Ultra 4 Next program. Car is built by high school students with assistance from others such as Slow Ride Garage and Sylvania Lighting, title sponsor there. So, going to be a great race today. Very cool to see Sean Cottrell actually having a very good race yesterday. He ended up finishing in, looks like, 19th place out of 32 cars. Solid result, especially for his second race ever in a Class 11, maybe in total. So, we'll be right back at you with some action from the MP Baja Cup here at the American Reynolds Freedom Cup.
Looks like we are getting ready for the MP Baja Cup to take off anytime now. So, front row, going to see if it's 3 wide or 2 wide, but definitely Blake Wilkie and Cole Whitt up front. Donnie Donovan going to be right there with him. There they go, your top 3. It is 3 wide. Cole Whitt, Blake Wilkie, and Donnie Donovan. Looks like Cole Whitt going to get the whole shot. Blake Wilkie right behind him and Donnie right behind him. So if Blake wanted to make up any time, he had to get in front of Cole, and we'll see if he's able to do so. Next off the line, Roberto Robles, Jeremy Hendrickson, and Cisco Bayo in that pink machine. Looks like Cisco Bayo going to get the whole shot over Hendrickson and Odor. Next we have Wyatt Hedrick, Tony Murray, and Cameron Brantz off the line. There they go. Here we go. We have Cole Whitt just in front of Blake Wilkie. Donnie right on him. I expect these 3 to be the exact same distance all race long. All want a piece of that big MP Baja Cup money, as it's a hard right after that section. As you can see, Hendrickson just in front of the other 2 cars as well. Up and over the Talladega turn. Hendrickson leading Cisco Bayo through Lady Talladega, and Roberto Robles just behind. Next row is inbound, as I believe that is Oliver Flamate leading the pack in the next group. More cars through the Talladega turn. Flamate leading Odor, and there is Wyatt Hedrick there. Next car is coming through as we have our drone shot up. Blake Wilkie just behind Cole Whitt here. Donnie Donovan just trailing behind. Wilkie all over Whitt. Gonna have to try to make a move here to make something happen. I expect him to try something crazy, as he is all over Cole Whitt. Both sled chassis. Both sled motors, I believe, as well. So they are running an almost identical package. Going to be really hard to beat that, and that's all driver top 2 right there. Donnie Donovan just behind us too, probably waiting for them to make a mistake. Smart move by him. As you can see, pretty muddy in the back there, up the mud bog hill there, and going to be around the corner. But our top 3 insanely tight. Going to be great to watch today. Wilkie has to pass Cole Whitt and put 3 seconds on him to win, or at least tie the weekend, if that's even possible. So Wilkie needs to make this move happen. He needs to make it quick and start putting time on him, because 3 seconds, even that is not going to be hard. It's going to be very challenging to put on Cole Whitt, as Cole Whitt looks to be gapping out just a little bit through the technical section. Cole Whitt, former Crandon winner, lots of experience out here. Here we have Patrick Reardon leading his field. Cool to see him back out there today. Hugo Nunez in the 1109, and then the 1155 of Will Drummond. Here's Cameron Brantz, 1175 machine. Very cool car. Shock reservoirs out the front, mounted on the body. Pretty cool looking car there. As we see them go up that hill, as we mentioned, very sloppy hill today. Until it dries out, it's going to be a tough one. Next set of cars come through REM. There's Riley King, Lacey Fox, and Jeff Correo. Jeff Correo leading that group of 3. Let's see if Riley King can beat Lacey Fox. Here is Sean Cottrell. Looks like way out front of his group. Pretty cool from him, that Silver Valley Auto car. Lots of cars already bunched together here. So we got about 5 or 6 together in the REM on the left-hand side. That 1170 of Matthew Van Every. Just bought that car recently. Just got passed by Patrick Reardon. Right behind him is, it looks like, another Fox car getting passed by Hugo Nunez, with Will Drummond following behind. We got the drone shot. These guys are all pretty close. More cars on the right-hand side. Going to be pure chaos out there today. As you see, it's already pretty rutted out. Going to be very tough to navigate those ruts in these little bugs. Class 11 has a stock steering box, stock tie rods, and stock spindles, stock arms, and a stock beam. You're allowed to reinforce some of those parts, but either way, ball joint beams, stock steering parts, very fragile. Going to be very tough to keep that stuff together today without bending or breaking anything. So you got to remember, these cars are all 1960s through 1970s bugs. This stuff is getting to be 50, 60 years old, and it's going to be brittle. So expect some part failures today, especially on a track like this. As you can see, this turn right here already developing some pretty big ruts, and these guys are sending these bugs on the MP Baja Cup. Our leaders should be coming through very shortly. See who is in front of who. I predict the top 3 to be very similar. Going to be very tight all day long as we move through the REM track. Going to be watching for that bright green bug of Cole Witt coming around that turn any minute now as the other bugs continue to race on. There he is, Cole Witt, still in the lead. Blake Wilkie hot on his tail. Donnie Donovan dropped back just a bit. As we mentioned, probably waiting for these two to make a mistake, but also probably extremely hard to keep up with these guys today. Into the speed zone, they're going to be pushing the limits of that all day today. Blake Wilkie, I believe, running a live stream. Donnie Donovan looks like he made up a lot of time right there. The flag section. Cole Witt. Just a car link between the two. Got 2 car links back to Donovan. We're going to see them cross over. Here comes Cisco Bio leading his group. Made the pass on Jeremy Hendrickson. Cody Jeffers out there slowing them down. Roberto Robles coming in hot behind him. Hendrickson and Bio having a great battle themselves. Let's see who's going to get it as we see Witt and Wilkie coming into the big whoops. Wilkie still all over him as the next car is coming through. Top 3. Oh, look at that. Just hammering these bugs to those whoops. Bumper to bumper, hitting on the dirt. How it's going to be all day today. Donnie Donovan getting in the mix here, seeing what he can do. Wilkie with a solid line on the right, but it doesn't give you enough momentum. Here's a split lane section. I think most will take the left. Cole Witt taking the outside line. That's a bold move. We'll see what happens here. Outside line looks to be a little bit shorter, but it puts you up with a little less momentum. It's going to be a drag race. Blake Wilkie looks like he's just going to get by Witt there. Witt looks to be a better line going into it. It really isn't in the end. Donnie getting the fluff there, and Wilkie, this could be all he needs to stay out front. It'll be very tough to pass one another for sure. Donovan just right there as well. Any mistake by these two, he will be right there with him. Now Wilkie just has to keep a solid lead going, gap him out by a few seconds, and that is all he has to do to take home the MP Baja Cup. That's going to be very hard to do, as you see Witt is already all over him. Top 3 solid drivers here. All have multiple wins to their name. Crandon wins, King of the Hammers wins between all 3 of these guys. Cole Witt trying all over Wilkie here. Here's the muddy back hill section. Wilkie getting a small gap out here. Looks like Cisco Bio still leading Jeremy Hendrickson. They have spaced out from Roberto Robles behind them as well. So they will be right in your picture on the right side there. The pink versus the red. You see those ruts already developing pretty deep there. Putting a lot of stress on these cars. As I said before, these are stock parts. You're running MP ball joints, stock arms, stock beams, stock arms in the rear as well, stock drums. Most of these drums these guys are running are used drums, so you have used 60-year-old parts in a track like this. Makes for quite the recipe. We have the 1155 coming through the speed zone there of Will Drummond. The 1170 next. That is Matthew Van Every, followed closely by Joel Garside in that J-Works bug. Took a tumble yesterday trying to wipe his visor there. No gloves, probably does not help. But he is all over Van Every. Back to our REM track, we have David Sanchez in third right there. Not sure who that second car is, trying to make a move. Looks like they just did it. Back in the REM. Bradley King in the mix there. Sean Cottrell running strong in the Silver Valley Auto high school car. David Sanchez trying to run down these two. I believe that white car is Tony Murray. The front car might be Rulo. Raul Solano up there. It is. So that's a solid group of 3 right there. We have a group of 4 developing, group of 5 actually. Looks like cars might be coming together here. Both American Reynolds cars on each other. Riley King trailing this pack. I believe that's going to be Joey Smith on the left side there. Not sure if he is on the same lap as them. Not remember seeing him earlier, but could have been. Both American Reynolds cars. Actually, that is Patrick Reardon on Hugo Nunez in the American Reynolds Yellow Bug. So solid to see those guys there. That is Jeff Correo, the Yellow Bug, getting passed by Reardon there. Takes a far line. Riley King looking up the inside of Joey Smith. She's going to make it work. Solid line there. Riley King trailing behind this group, catching up to him for sure quickly there. That is a solid group of bugs, and they will be battling the entire race. To go up the back hill climb section. Very wet back there. Very hard on these Class 11 transmissions. So Class 11, you're running a stock Type 1 transmission. You can open it up, you can reinforce the gears. A lot of these cars actually have not done that, so expect to see a few transmission-related issues today for sure. Looks like a Fox car almost losing it there in the muck. Riley King just behind, as people are looking already for alternate lines around that big deep rut. Top 3 should be coming through very shortly onto their next lap. There he is, Blake Wilkie in the lead. Looks like he actually has a gap now. Oh no, where is Cole Witt? Cole Witt, I do not see him in second place anymore. He might have had a problem. That would be a huge bummer. Either way, Wilkie will be leading on time now. Don Donovan looking to make up some time right behind him there. Through the speed zone. Cody walking out there, keep him in check. We have Don Donovan in that slow ride garage car. Gonna try to run down Blake Wilkie. Next up, we have Cisco Bio still leading Jeremy Henderson. So those two have gapped out from Roberto Robles a bit. Henderson all over Bio. Bio missing a few things there. No big deal. Defenders are 60 years old, so they like to fly off occasionally. Henderson all over him. Roberto Robles in the back there. We have our drone shot on Blake Wilkie here, as he is in a leading position, trying to gap out. As we mentioned before, Donnie Donovan was about 30 seconds back, so as long as Wilkie stays in front of him, he could even have Donnie pass him. He just has to stay within that time, and he will be the Baja Cup winner. So Wilkie right where he wants to be today, in a lead position. Lots of battling happening behind him. No update on Cole Witt yet. He has not came through, so really unfortunate there, because he will not be able to make that time up even if he came through now. We have a Flamante car. Here is Bio and Henderson. This will be another great battle to watch here for third place. Henderson looking to punch his ticket into the top 3. With Witt dropping out, that leaves a spot in the top 3, so going to be a little bit easier to get up there now, get into that MP Baja Cup money. Got Oliver Flamante, followed by Brian Odor on your left side for those whoops. Flamante pushing those Foxes to the limit there as he powers around the mini Talladega turn. More cars coming in here. Looks like Raul Solano all over the 1177 of Wyatt Hedrick. Raul Solano there in the blue. David Sanchez there, hammered out the damage from yesterday. Having a great run. Tony Murray in the American Reynolds sponsored bug. Huge thanks to the Murray family for the American Reynolds Freedom Cup sponsorship. Cameron Brant's here in the 1175. Take a quick look at those shocks hanging outside the body. Very cool. Up and over the Talladega turn, as you have Biles still in front of Henderson. Next up, we'll see some cars. Rouleau looks like he's still all over that 1177 coming into the whoop section. Raul Rouleau making up big time in the whoops here. See if he can door him out of the way. Makes the move in the mid-Talladega turn. Like I said earlier, that turn would come into play today, and he just used it. Took the low line and made it work. Nothing wrong with that, and he is making up another position. So Rulo, normally a heavy hitter, always running in the top 5. He actually had a little bit of issue yesterday in the pile-up, ended up going over a boulder, getting a little bit of damage, and finished yesterday just a little bit down. Still decent on time, so today looks like Cameron Brandt's making his way through there. One of the Fox Racing entries going through there as well. Back onto our finish line, we have Jeff Correa followed closely by Riley King, and Sean Cottrell looking like he is making up some ground in that Sylvania Class 11. Not sure who this black car is. I believe another Fox Racing car. That is the 1111 of Sadie Fox, trying to close up the gap to her next row. David Sanchez trying to work in here on that next car in front of him. Awesome Family builds all their own cars. Sponsored by La Bufadora Taco Truck. He's all over that car in front of him. As here comes your leaders, already come through start finish once again. Blake Wilkie out front, looking like he's extending his gap over Donnie Donovan. Not quite yet, as we still have David Sanchez behind the car in front of him. Looks like they're catching another car. Check out these ruts right here, already developing. Going to be a big factor later on today. Last night in the Cosmic Cup, we actually had a car roll over in the rut, get out, flip himself back over, and still came back for a second place. So expect some trouble in the ruts today for sure as they develop. Matthew Van Every coming through right now. I believe their first race in Class 11 in that car. Just behind him, Aubrey Wardrop and that teal machine. Old school paint scheme on that thing, looking cool. Sean Cottrell right here, all over Riley King and Jeff Correa. Riley King looking to make a move. Trying the inside line, a little bit of contact. I think she's going to get it. There she goes. Solid move by her over Jeff Correa. Sean Cottrell going to see if he can punch his ticket in front of Jeff Correa as well. As here comes your leader through the speed zone. Blake Wilkie just in front of Donnie Donovan. With a lapper car behind Donnie. Donnie coming in hot to that speed zone there. Crazy windshield setup there, keeping all the dirt out. And he is really looking hard to try to get on by Blake Wilkie there today for the day's win and make up some time on the weekend. Sean Cottrell still looking to get Pizza Jeff there. As you can see, the ruts are getting even bigger there now. See Wilkie and Donovan coming through the deep whoop section before the mini Talladega turn. Wilkie looks like he's going to slow down a little bit. Donovan hitting them a little bit harder. Wilkie knows he's just got to keep that car together and keep a clean run, and he will get the weekend win. There's Wilkie in the split lane section. Both cars taking the left line. As we saw Cole Witt try to take that right line, it did not work out for him. But this left line is getting very deep. As that left line gets very deep, the right line might come into play later in the race today. As Wilkie looks to be catching a lapped car. Should pass them cleanly on the right here. Pretty good section to catch somebody in, so solid spot there. That is going to be one of the Fox Racing cars. Donnie Donovan now has to deal with them in the REM track, not where you want to be stuck behind somebody. So he's going to be looking to get around them as soon as he comes into the frame. There he is. Wilkie gapping him a little bit here through the technical stuff. Looks like Donnie always gets him on the second half of the track. Solid pass by Donnie Donovan in that slow ride garage 1107 bug. Trying to hunt down Mr. Blake Wilkie. I believe he's won this race multiple times. Always a solid contender from the moment he built his first bug. This is his second chassis. that Sled Engineering power plant. Donnie Donovan with that competitive edge motor. Very cool to see all the different packages out here running so close together. Everybody has their favorite pick. Wilkie has been a solid combination, and so is Donnie Donovan, a former King of the Hammers winner and a short course winner at King of the Hammers as well. Very cool shot of Blake Wilkie there, brought to you by our Hammer King Productions crew. Heading back on that back straightaway and off down the straightaway. Tony Murray there coming through in the American Reynolds Bug. Next should be Cameron Brands running those lights, making sure they see that he is out here in full force today. Just behind him used to be a red car, the 1182 of Aiden Heemanson. Behind him, the 1133 of Brian O'Dore. Looks like he dropped back a little bit. Gonna see if we can get some timing going for you guys here to see how the rest of the field is doing. A few guys in the mid-pack, such as Oliver Flamate, are going to be looking to punch their ticket higher today for sure. See if they can make up any time. Roberto Robles in that pilot's car started in the second row. Dropped back just a tad there on the car in front of him, but he's looking to stay on it today. Riley King coming through our start-finish area. Take a look at those googly eyes bouncing in the braking bumps. Looks like the right one might be stuck. I'm sure she'll hit a jump and knock it right back. So pretty cool feature on that bug. Sean Cottrell in the Silver Valley car right behind him. Right behind her, excuse me. Behind him is Jeff Correo, the 1166. Solid run by Sean Cottrell. Second race ever in that car. Jeff Correo right here, season class 11 racer. Races with the Mojave Off-Road Series for years and years now, so lots of experience in that car. Always having a blast at these races. Here's a Fox Racing car. Brian O'Dore just in front there. Still trying to get some times here, but looks like that Fox Racing car is getting all over Brian O'Dore. So O'Dore started a few rows up, not sure what is going on there. Goes right on by that Fox Racing entry. Having a solid run. As he heads into the back canyon. See, it's still pretty muddy back there. The sun has not popped out yet, so this track is staying pretty consistent for these guys lap after lap, which is great. Sadie Fox goes by there. Right behind her, Joel Garside in that J-Works bug. Cool to see it back going after a little bit of an incident. He was the Friday night winner of the bracket challenge. Coming through the start-finish, it looks like Donnie Donovan might be your new leader. I have not seen Blake Wilkie unless he have already came through. That crazy setup, Cody trying to slow him way down. So gonna check on that, but see what's happening there. This is the transfer over section, and that is not Blake Wilkie. So see if Donnie crosses over. I believe Donnie is out front with no pressure. There he is. So I do not see Wilkie. He has not came through. So we have a new leader, Donnie Donovan, out front. Miles back, running a crazy pace for a while. Cisco Bio in second now. So big shakeup in the top two being out. So far, have not seen him come through. Donnie Donovan, that General Tire machine, has quite the lead going. Here we go, is a great battle. Oliver Flamate in the 1144. Joey Smith right there, I believe, a lapped car. Roberto Robles just behind him, going to try to get around him and get back up to Donnie Donovan. 11:89. Great to see them back out here after a little tip over Friday night. 11:46. One of the Fox racing cars still going strong. That is Lacey Fox. There's Cisco Bio, so that is your second place car. Huge gap to the leader, so Donnie just has to keep a solid run going, and he will claim the MP Baja Cup. But anything can happen, as you can see. The top two are out. Donnie out front by a mile. Just got to keep a clean run going. Still have quite a bit of racing to go. Cisco Bio ready to pounce at any moment there. As you see Oliver Flamonte coming in the picture on the left-hand side. As I mentioned, he would be a heavy hitter. There he goes around the mini Talladega turn. Robles right behind him, keeping him honest. Joey Smith going by there in the Groot machine. They named that car. Then we have Lacey Fox coming by next. Also do not see Jeremy Hendrickson behind Cisco Bio. So quite a few shakeups in the top few cars. Going to make for a lot of time being able to be made up in the back midfield section. A lot of spots being moved up. A lot of purse going to get dished out there. Those guys will be happy to be able to make up some spots. A lot of smoke from the car. There goes Flamonte, closely followed by Robles, keeping him in check. One big mistake, he will be right there on him. Coming through next, 11:77, a Wyatt Hedrick, followed by Tony Murray. These guys have stayed together, I believe, both days now. Kept each other honest. Behind them, so Cameron Brantz with the lights on. So we have Raul Solano putting out a lot of smoke behind his machine. He's pushing it hard through those whoops, trying to make up a lot of time, which he has the opportunity to do so today. As I mentioned, one of our top cars normally. Looks like that might be Hendrickson right there. Drop back a bit. There's Aiden Heemanson, the 1182 machine. I believe that's Hendrickson heading out onto the Talladega turn, so bummer whatever happened to him today, but still going. Still waiting on updated times, but that means Oliver Flamonte will be in third on time now. Donnie Donovan, Cisco Bio, Flamonte, Roberto Robles, Raul Solano not far behind, so that is why he is smoking. He is trying to make up a lot of time and punch into that top three today. Later in the race, we'll take a look at the overall time, see what people need to do once we get another lap in. Currently a little over halfway through this race. Anything can still happen at this point. These guys just need to keep a clean run going. There goes Cameron Brantz, and then another Fox racing car. Riley King there. One of the googly eyes, still going strong. Sean Cottrell, Silver Valley Auto, just behind her. Looks like he's keeping her same distance every lap after lap. Cody Jeffers there, making sure everybody is not speeding. See David Sanchez on Brian O'Dore. Something must have happened on O'Dore's car. Still going, but a little bit down on speed. Sanchez having a great run. They took a huge spill at King of the Hammers earlier this year, so solid to see them back out. They actually got it back going for the Mint right after that. Jeff Correo coming through to the Talladega turn. Cameron Brantz there. Looks like maybe Jeremy Hendrickson all over him, or Wyatt Hedrick. That is the Fox racing car. Actually, looks like he's making the move. Makes the move on Brantz. I believe that is Lacey Fox in that red Fox racing bug that just made a move. Here comes David Sanchez. Pink fenders, green light combination, having a good run. Try to get some updated times here, but he's looking to make up a little bit of time. It's a little bit down after a few laps on time towards the midfield, so see what he can do. We have some lap 4 times in, so your top cars are going to be Donnie Donovan, Cisco Bio, Oliver Flamonte coming up to third, and Jeremy Hendrickson in fourth. So Hendrickson's still going out there. lost some time on his third lap. He had about a minute down on his third lap, so maybe got a flat tire or something. These cars also like to pitch fan belts, and you cannot go very far without that. So, top 6, Donnie Donovan, Cisco Bio, Oliver Flamonte, Jeremy Hendrickson, Raul Solano, and Tony Murray, followed by Wyatt Hedrick in 7th. That is your cars that have came through on lap 4 so far. Current fast lap of the race is going to be, looks like Blake Wilkie with a 5:39. That is almost 1600 car lap time, so that is crazy to see these guys pushing hard. As there goes Donnie Donovan through the Mini Talladega with a commanding lead. Looks like he has dialed it down just a little bit. I believe he has about 3 laps to go, and he needs to keep it clean to become the MP Baja Cup winner. There's Wilton Robles. Just in front of him was Oliver Flamonte. See Flamonte up and over to the Talladega turn. They have kept that gap pretty even there. Robles down to 9th on time earlier, so see what he can do to move back up. Oliver Flamonte needs to make up 40 seconds on Donnie Donovan. Don't know if that is possible here, but it is. Look at him through these whoops here. He's going to be pushing hard, putting those Foxes to work. Second place, about 20 seconds back, so Cisco Bio needs to make up 20 seconds on Donnie for that day win. We will start checking out the overall weekend results and what these guys need to do. As there goes Donnie, getting some sweet air to the American Reynolds jump in the REM track as he goes up and out of the shot on the top right. Lap traffic also going to play a key in these cars now, as you have a lap traffic car on the left, the 1155 of Will Drummond in that Axis Innovations Yokohama tire bug. Here is Cisco Bio in your screen on the left-hand side in the pink machine. Missing both front fenders, no big deal. That Fox Shocks car going to be looking to make up a lot of time here. Lost a little bit of time yesterday. Today going to try to make it up. Could be a big shakeup, because here we have one of the Fox racing cars. That is Lacey Fox, just in front of Matthew Van Every, who's just in front of, might be Hendrickson right there. That it is. Hendrickson trying to make up some time. Raul Solano right there, smoking still. Not sure what's going on there, but he's still going strong after a lap or two, so maybe just a small leak. Hendrickson making a move there, trying to get by Van Everin. Low there in the back, waiting for them to make a mistake. Hendrickson made the move, and you can already see him gapping out, trying to make that time back up. We'll have to find out what happened post-race. Obviously had a little bit of downtime. Van Every behind him. Rulo trying to make up some time, but getting charged through these holes there. He's going to make a pass on the Fox racing car. I believe that's Lacey Fox. Guys are going hard today for sure. They all want a piece of that MB money. Here we go, a couple few cards coming through. 1145 of Jason Jones. I believe that is a newer car to the class. 76 Cameron Brantz right there, followed by 1182 machine of Aiden Evenson. We're out on the Talladega turn as we lose our last 9 car there. Solid race by them earlier this morning. Looks like a Fox racing car here. Hendrickson, Rulo just behind him, trying to catch and hunt him down. Still smoking. I think the problem will be when the smoke stops. So Rulo is putting in a charge for sure. Sean Cottrell there, still going strong. Silver Valley Auto car, trying to hunt down Riley King. She has gapped him out a little bit. It's a solid run on her part. So Raul Solano needs to make up 3 seconds on Hendrickson, and he is right behind Hendrickson. So that will put him up to 4th. Hendrickson currently running in 4th, so those two will be cars to watch. It looked like Raul was really hunting, pushing that car hard. As we wait for our next batch of cars, you can see Riley King still in front of Sean Cottrell there. Sean Cottrell trying hard. He's got his Sylvania lights all over. There goes Riley King. Just did a ton of work to that car after our last race. Had a small little incident. Put a new front clip on it and was ready to go. And here's your leader, Donnie Donovan, here to click off another lap. As you can see, Cody has a speed gun in his hand. And he's about to check these cars' speed. Donnie rushing through there. Fox Racing car right there. Donnie's just got to keep it smooth as he has Cisco on time. We will check again after this. There goes Donnie Donovan, your leader from Mini Talladega. Out front still with a commanding lead. One of the Fox Racing cars trying to follow those lines there right behind him. A lap down. Roberto Robles still going strong.
Have our lap 5 times in. Donnie Donovan, Cisco Bayo, Oliver Flamonte, Roberto Robles, Raul Solano, and Jeremy Henderson. So Raul Solano has made the move on Henderson. Looks like he has about 40 seconds on him now, so that push was definitely worth it. As there you see Cisco Bayo coming through the screen there. Cisco Bayo maintaining the gap to Donnie. It's going to be very hard to make up in 2 laps to go here. So he is about 25-ish seconds. There goes Donnie Donovan right there. Donnie looks like he's not slowing down one bit, so he wants to make sure he gets this MP Baja Cup. Your top 3 right now, Donnie Donovan, Cisco Bayo, and Oliver Flamonte. So as times play out, we're going to start looking at overall times to see what these guys need to do here. So currently, your top 3 for the weekend is Donnie Donovan, Cisco Bayo, and Roberto Robles. Now Oliver Flamonte, he's really close right there in 4th, so he might be moved up to 3rd for the MP Baja Cup weekend results by now with his charge. It's Aubrey Wardrobe coming through. After him, we have Jeremy Henderson. He is not that far behind as well, so all these classes are going to see how they shake out, but Flamonte is on a charge for a good reason, because I believe he's going to be moving to 3rd place currently for the weekend results. So he needs to keep a good charge going. He'll stay there, claim some of that MP money. Huge thanks to MP and the American Reynolds Freedom Cup for sponsoring the Baja Cup. Over 35 cars this weekend. Night racing both nights. Pit Crew Bracket Challenge Friday night. Last night there was the Saturday night Pursuits. The A and B main, there's so many cars, so really solid to see there. Looking to join the class myself next year. It's just super competitive, and these guys really go hard at it. As you can see, it looks like Henderson trying to make up some time in the whoops here. The red bug. Really curious what happened there, and really curious what happened to our leaders, Cole Witt and Blake Wilkie. They both were checking out a little bit. Donnie keeping them very honest, and both must have had problems at separate times because they both dropped out. Just shows you, as we were saying earlier, these stock parts can only handle so much. These guys are pushing these cars to their limit. So bummer for those guys. Donnie Donovan out front commanding lead still. Got a few cars coming. There's Raul Solano there trying to make a pass. I don't think it's going to work in time there. We got a serious train of cars coming in. Cody trying to slow him down as Cody has that checkered flag ready. Although still putting out a lot of smoke there. One more lap to go, I believe. David Sanchez, Cameron Brantz. Look at that roost coming off those Class 11s. Don't see a lot of these guys running tear-offs. Not a lot of short course guys here. So Tear off's going to be a huge advantage. You don't even bother wiping. Or you could do a full windshield cover like Donnie Donovan's car with a little slit, and it seems to be working for him because he is in the lead. But leaders should be coming through shortly. Looks like they might be getting that checkered flag. Rulo in the top right there, really trying to make a push still, get another spot, putting himself in a solid spot. Currently in 6th for the weekend. Probably going to move up a little bit as he tries to make another pass to the inside. Second one we've seen today. Still getting fought for it. I don't think he's going to do it on William Heydrich. Sweet move by Heydrich there. Didn't let him take the inside as here's Riley King, Sean Cottrell, and the 11:45 machine of Jason Jones. I believe he's new to the class. There he goes. Split in between those two. I'm not sure if he's on the same lap as them. Then Every there through the REM track. Tons of clean air in front and behind, so they're kind of in their own race. He is currently sitting in 19th for the weekend. Solid spot for your first ever race. Looks like they didn't get all the laps in yesterday, so that's going to hurt them quite a bit. There we go. Sean Cottrell has got around Jason Jones, trying to still hunt down Riley King. They've had a battle this entire race, as it looks like Donnie Donovan coming in to finish. We'll see where Cisco Bio is, but I believe that is going to be your MP Baja Cup winner at the American Reynolds Freedom Cup. Murray has one more lap to go, and that 11 American Reynolds Bug. Jeff Correa going to have another lap to go. Looks like Brian O'Dore here maybe had some problems rejoining the field. He's going to have another lap to go. He started pretty far up front. Something must have happened there. Not sure what is going on there, but Donnie Donovan out front. And finish. Here comes Cisco Bio coming in. Going to probably be second in our MP Baja Cup, charging hard. Going to let you guys know as soon as we know here. Missing a few fenders. That's a normal thing for Class 11s as they are beating and banging all weekend long. Solid end of the weekend for these guys. They've had a lot of racing action. Most time on track of any class this weekend. They'll be getting the most purse. Fox going back out for another lap. Roberto Robles getting that finish as well. Look at that Sunoco checkered flag. Pilots Racing Machine. Drummond going back out for another lap. Oliver Flamate coming in for a strong finish, also missing a few pieces there. Solid run by Oliver. Car looks a little loose. So unofficial results are in. Donnie Donovan is going to be your MP Baja Cup winner, followed by Cisco Bio and Roberto Robles in third. Looks like Oliver was not able to make up enough time from yesterday. So Oliver Flamate in fourth for the weekend, and we're still looking for Hendrickson, which I believe is finishing right now to round up your 5th place spot. There he is. Joey Smith coming behind him. I believe he has one more lap right there in that machine. As we said before, had a little incident Friday night. Solid to see they finished the weekend out strong. They call that car Groot, as you can see the little figurine on the antenna. Aubrey Wardrip coming in here. I believe she has another lap as well. machine. Joey Smith still trying to get that finish in, doing his final lap here on the Mini Talladega turn. Looks like Raul Solano coming into a finish here. A serious train of cars. Still smoking. Followed by 1177 and David Sanchez. And 1170, I think, has one more lap. Crazy finish there. They battled the whole time. Cameron Brandt's getting that solid finish. That Bill Stein Shocks car. Very cool to see. Riley King getting that finish in the Google AI car. Still got that one stuck down there, but solid finish for her. Looking for Sean Cottrell next in the Silver Valley car. Don't see him. He was pushing her all race. As you can see, these guys at the finish line come to celebrate. So hopefully that Silver Valley car made it in. I have not seen him yet. He was right behind her.
Put a jacket over. Oh, that'd be fine. Yeah, I just want to get it on left today. Sweet, thank you. Yep.
All right, here we are. Heat number 3 going, underway. These are going to be your 2 UTV classes. So the 2 UTV classes today are going to be the 2900, your UTV turbo-powered cars, and then the 1900 are going to be the non-aspirated or NA car. Bringing in some new shots today. We're getting the drone up into the canyon a little bit further to get a new angle, some new style of racing. And then we have our stagnant camera at the REM track. Few drop-offs, couple tabletops, but definitely one of the racer favorites here. Good pass on the inside by I believe it's the 2977. Let me pull up my timing sheet. So, and again, if you guys want to follow the live timing, you can go to moreracing.net, and then there should be a link on the main page for Sunday live times, and then also the combined weekend times. So if you'd like to follow along with us. So, and again, we're out here in San Bernardino, California at the Glen Helen Raceway. With More Racing hosting an event for the Freedom Cup. It's the American Rentals Freedom Cup. Good pass in the lower left-hand corner of the screen right there. Headed out into the short course portion of the race course. Great racing weather today with the cloud coverage that we have so far. Keeping the heats down, allowing the track to stay moist. Keep the dust down, so that way both racers and fans can enjoy the more competitive racing going on. And we should be seeing the leaders coming through the start line here soon. 1999 of Ryan Keller through on his first lap. That's going to be your lead NA car. Followed by 2977 Jeremiah Wagner. Your UTV Turbo / Unlimited class going this weekend. Yesterday he led most of the day and had some issues towards the end, costing him the win yesterday, but he's back out today. 2990 Jaden Voigt, second place for your Turbo Open class. Followed by the 1963 of Timothy Moore, second place NA car. Then we have the 2990 of Jaden Voigt, your winner from yesterday's heat, running third place today, followed by the 370 of Andy Crockrell. Good shot of the 1999 car, followed by the 2977. Definitely the two fastest guys on the track right now. So here we are following one of the NA cars into the REM section. So after the REM section, they kind of cut into the back hills a little bit. And then they'll make the U-turn back around and drop back out of the hills. Then once they get through this section, it's a long straightaway over to our short course section. So get some good high speed out to the Glen Helen short course track. Glen Helen does offer some pretty good camping and spectating areas. The REM track is probably the most popular, the section that we're watching right now, followed by the large grandstands over on the short course section. So today's event will be going until about 4 o'clock. Awards are at 5 p.m., but the racing should be over by 4. This is our third heat. The first 2 heats completed were the Class 9s, 9 Outlaws, 516s, and the Sportsman Buggy. And then Heat 2 was the Baja Cup presented by EMPI. That one wrapped up with a pretty close race. I think the top 2 9 cars on the weekend were within like 5 seconds of each other. And then same thing with the Baja Cup Class 11 cars. A couple of leaders fell out towards the end of the race and ended up making it a very close race. And now we're into Heat 3 with your 2 lead UTVs, leaders in both the classes, out on their 3rd lap. And if you weren't able to make it out this weekend, out to Glen Helen for this Moore event, Moore is continuing. They'll be back out here again for another round, but it'll be the last race of the year in November. So November 21st and 22nd, they're scheduled to be back out here at Glen Helen, running a Grand Prix style race for their end of year. So that will be pretty exciting, as the points will be definitely a good battle amongst the classes, racers in each class, along with the overall. So put it on your schedules, come out, camp if you want over the weekend, or just come out for each day. Typically a pretty good time. Then on screen now, 29.90, Jaden Voigt out starting his 4th lap, running 2nd class. Then for the ones that don't know, Glen Helen is actually a motocross track, and so we used to race here one time a year for the last few years, and then this year they're bumping it up to 2 events for the year. Just try it out, see what's going to happen. Usually it's a pretty good turnout for everybody. Glen Helen offers multiple styles of terrain. A little bit of short course racing, matched up with hills, jumps, turns, very technical. Makes for some good racing. Definitely keeps things interesting for the drivers. And so far, nobody's complained really about the track. Right now, it got a 2-way battle going. With a 3rd car that could possibly get into the mix. So I believe that's going to be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th for the NA class. Battling out here, and then there's our overall leader right now, 29.77, Jeremiah Wagner. And I believe this battle here is in between 2 NA cars and possibly a turbo. It's hard to differentiate those. I'm not too familiar with the classes, so I do apologize. That was a good one. Good jump there. Cutting the corners, stay out of the wet dirt. And then if you guys wanted to reference the size of those drops there, that building is, I believe it's a 2-story building right there to your right. as they step down into the in what seems to be a hole. And then they head back up into the hills. Change of line choice there. Cody does try to offer multiple areas to pass, or better areas to pass. That area there, you do have a 2-line option. I believe that's the first time that we've seen somebody utilize the second line. But helps to make good racing, allows so people can't block the course, or if somebody's not getting out of the way, you can try to get around them on the option lines. Then back to the start to watch the overall leader start heading out on a 6th lap. Then I believe he was followed by the 1959 of Brent Veenstra. Good shot of our leader right there. For a little bit over the tabletop before he runs down the fast straight over to the short course track. Ryan Keller there getting out of the groove a little bit. There's a bunch, if you haven't noticed, there's a lot of chatter bumps leading into the start-finish line. Makes it a little rough on the body. It doesn't matter what class you're in. Chatter bumps are never really the fun things to go through in off-road racing. Then a little schedule update or discussion. Here at 11 o'clock is going to probably be your best event with the 1600 cars going on. Quite a few guys lining up there. This weekend's event for the 1600 sponsored by Baja Designs. So yesterday they raced underneath the lights, or not under the lights, but raced with lights in the dark. Made for some tight competition, and seemed like everybody had enjoyed their time there. Then after the 1600 heat, we're going to take a break for lunch, and then we'll come back with at 1 o'clock with the 1400 trucks, the 2000 trucks, and the 1350s, followed by class 10 and 12, and then close the day out with your unlimited buggy, unlimited truck, spec truck, 14 Pro, and there are a couple Ultra 4 vehicles mixed in those classes. Then 2976 Isabella Hurtado just came through. She's out on her 6th lap. They're running 8 for this heat, 8 laps for the heat. So as of right now, our running order, we have the 2977 Jeremiah Wagner. He's out on his 7th lap. 2990 Jaden Voigt should be finishing up their 5th or their 6th lap to start their 7th. Followed by the 2976 Isabella Hurtado, who we just saw. And then 4th moving car is 370 Andy Cockrell in the class. And then for the 2900s, we have 1999 Ryan Keller. He's out on his 6th lap. The 1963 of Timothy Moore is on his 6th lap. 1976 Irish Reeves is out on 6th lap. 1927 of Michael Kincaid is on his 6th lap. And then the 1902 Derek Hudson is also on the lead lap.
shot of back to the start. Shot of Isabella Hurtado starting her 7th lap. I can't catch the numbers on these 2 cars after, but I believe they're going to be a part of your non-aspirated class. Looks like we got about a lap and a half to go for the top 4 in the NA class. The 2977 of Jeremiah Wagner, he's out on his last lap. So in your shot now, that's going to be the 1999 Ryan Keller, closing out his 7th lap, headed out on his last lap. So it looks like this group, the NA cars, are about a 6:15 minute or 6 minute 15 second lap time. Now is your 2990 Jaden Voigt out on his last lap. There's a good variety of side-by-sides being utilized today. I don't believe we have any Pro Rs out here, but we do have other versions of the Razor. We have the Yamaha. We have a couple Wildcats that are racing. And then I believe there's a Can-Am out there. So I know it doesn't cover all the different brands, but covers a majority of them that you typically see in off-road racing. Pretty cool shot here with the REM track. Definitely, if you can time the drop-offs, you don't want to fly all the way down to the bottom on the flat, but if you can land on that last 3rd section, it makes for a nice smooth landing. A lot of the racing out here, it is about timing, a lot of technique. fast. Soft hands on the steering wheel. We've had a few rollovers on the weekend. Thanks to our safety crew that's out here. They're trying to get it to everybody in a timely manner and get everybody uprighted and back going again, or clear the situation so it's not clogging up the track too much. We should be seeing our overall leader should be coming to the finish line here soon. Which it looks like he might have broke on his last lap. Yeah, Jeremiah Wagner should have been to the finish line by now. But the unofficial times still don't show him at the finish. Outside the door, we hear the engines of the 1600 cars warming up, getting ready for their heat. As soon as we start wrapping up this one here, looks like we have the 1999 of Ryan Keller coming in. I believe this is going to be your first official finisher. Of the race. I still don't see an update on the 2977 Jeremiah Wagner car, so I think he might not have finished, because there's your first place turbo class car, 2990 Jaden Voigt. So it looks like an NA car pulled off the overall class win, or overall heat win for today, and then followed by Jaden Voigt. So each of them won their it looks like they won their classes respectfully for the day. And then we have our winners being greeted by their families and friends, sharing stories about the race. And one of our Wildcats coming in for the finish. Looks like both of these are going to be Wildcats. but I believe the first one was a lap down, but they're going to checker everybody here on out. And then there's our 1963, Timothy Moore. As of right now, unofficial timing shows him second place. I believe the first car that was in front of him was the 1902 of Derek Hudson. Then in the background, we have all the 1600 cars pulling on Tip Horse, getting staged together. They'll be taken off 2 at a time, racing towards the Talladega turn. And I believe we're going to bring in another voice for the 1600 cars, so I can go help out with timing, and then I'm sure most of the 1600 class guys will recognize them in here, but Robbie Hendrickson is going to step in and do some of the announcing for the 1600 class. Let's see if we get any more UTVs coming to the finish. And with all the mud, we're going to have to catch a side number on these as he turns in after the checkered flag. Nothing was visible. Man, there's a couple good races going on there with, I believe each race had 3 cars in each one, and only one driver, it seems like one driver from each group prevailed and got back to the finish line. We're still waiting for the others. Now we have the 1927 Michael Kincaid. He shows a finish time. Unofficially 3rd place for today. Still waiting on a 2nd place finisher for the turbo class. There we have the 370 of Andy Cockrell, unofficially 2nd place right now. So with the way that off-road racing typically happens is everybody starts at different times. I know this weekend Cody's been starting everybody 2 wide, except for the Class 11s. They were 3 wide, but everybody else has been 2 wide. And so each car starts about 30 seconds apart. Sometimes Cody pushes them to 15 just to get everybody on track, but I'm going to step away. I'm going to go get Robbie and have him step in and do some talking, and then we'll be back after lunch. Thank you, guys.